Hey people, we're back with more NFT Asia Live. So it's great to be able to continue this conversation with more NFT artists and the people who are in this NFT space, tech builders, founders, entrepreneurs. And it's a really interesting array of special guests that are gracing our festival since we started doing this a week ago. And without further ado, let me introduce my next guest. Her name is Telisa Roessein. Roessein. I'm gonna maybe double check her the right pronunciation for her name shortly. So without further ado, let's bring her up on stage. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you, Wayne? It's good to be here.
Incredibly well. Yes, you're in Toronto, Canada, right?
Wow.
Fantastic. You're my third guest from Toronto. So
Really?
I had a musician who plays in a band called Adonis. He's from Toronto. Another NFT artist from Toronto as well. So you're the third one. It's great to have the Toronto art music community here at the event. So maybe start off with your story. We would love to hear how you got started and how the journey has been so far for you.
With NFT? Okay, so, well, I have been a calligrapher for a while now, but I've also been an artist pretty much my whole life. I was actually an HR professional before in human resources, but I quit that job and then I became a full-time calligrapher. And then so how I got into NFT was actually, okay, so like we've been a crypto investor for a while, and then I think I came across NFT earlier this year when I was on TikTok. Some people like start talking about it. And then I looked it up and I was kind of like curious about it. And the fact that it was in a blockchain, knowing that I'm, a crypto supporter and me being an artist, I thought I had to jump and learn about it. And so I had my Genesis piece, which is Elon Musk calligraphy portrait. So basically, I don't know if you've seen it. So basically it's like, I guess like his face, but then it's all like, they're like words of calligraphy that kind of morph into his face. So I thought it was pretty cool. And then so when I drop my Genesis, I start hanging out in Clubhouse with my friend. Oops, sorry. I think I hear. Okay. So and then my friend on Clubhouse, he kind of pulled me up on the stage to talk about it, and I realized that the more that I submerged myself in the Clubhouse community, I realized that NFT is not just about creating and putting yourself out there, but it's also about the community. And I love it so much that my like all of my future NFT projects are just collaborations. So that's actually, you're showing my LinkedIn bio on Twitter, I guess. So you can see my NFTs, but that's yeah, I so I have all of my NFTs showed up on if you go to my Twitter or Instagram, it'll show some of my work. It doesn't show the collaboration part because that's separate. That's the Elon Musk that I was referring to.
This is an amazing piece of art. I think he's definitely someone who is not just tweeting a lot, but he's also moving the markets, right, and shifting as well. So I think he's probably been ever since Steve Jobs arrived at the scene, right? Probably the next big influential figure in the scene, and even across culture and finances as well. So he's basically everywhere these days. So what inspired you to actually put something like calligraphy art onto his profile?
Well, I'm a calligrapher, right? And before myself becoming a calligrapher, I used to do lots of art, and I did a lot of portraits. So I just kind of like combined the two things that I love the most, which is doing portrait and calligraphy. And what I did is basically I created the guideline first to like kind of morph into his face. And then I added calligraphy. So then when you look from far, you can see his face. When you look really closely, then you can see the text, like what it says. The text is actually, you probably can't see it on the screen, but if you have access to the, like if you buy, like if you own it, then you can see what it says. So it's basically he did a commencement speech and I really like that speech. He talked about how to be successful, and I use that speech as my the text of this work.
This is brilliant, and it is always very interesting to know the underlying or the story behind every artist's creation, right? And it was his speech that inspired you to create this piece of art. Have you brought this to his attention before, like maybe tweeting directly at him and showing him what you've done?
Well,
Creating this great art, yeah.
I've tagged him obviously, but he has like so many followers, right? And we've tagged people who love Elon Musk and whatnot. So I mean, it's been done. I mean, it's still there. I don't know if you'll ever see it. I mean, Twitter is like a very like it's like a lot of people. It's very saturated. So I'm not assuming that he would have seen it, but everyone who's seen it love it. So, and that's what it matters. I think for me, because my whole NFT projects are surrounding the topic of empowerment, and his speech is just very empowering to me. He talked about it because I'm a creative entrepreneur, so I love the fact that he talked about taking a risk, not following the trends, or and just like like that to me are very empowering. And when I find something that's very empowering, I like to write it down to really internalize those really positive affirmation words, so then I can really execute that empowering actions words into action. So that's
What do you think is important to write down, like all these wisdoms that we are borrowing from key figures like Elon Musk, right? Or even like those thought leaders who are always tweeting out gems, a great, description, or even great thoughts in a very pithy way within like the characters limit on Twitter, and really drives home that message. And sometimes, they're like a poets, right? Like the likes of Elon Musk sometimes, within a few sentences, is able to capture the imagination of so many people, influencing markets. At the same time, they don't waste a single word. So, and why is it important that after we come across these messages, that we also write it down, either retweet it or maybe, contextualize it, putting in our maybe next 10%, add on to their messages and put it out on our own socials and then newsfeed. Why do you think that is important?
So what was the question? You kind of cut off?
Why is it important to write it down or even to repost it?
So from what I learned about therapy, I think someone mentioned this, someone who was a therapy, like when you, for someone who's trying to healing from strokes and whatnot, when you're writing something down, it really helps with, in a way that you kind of like internalizing that words. And then I think it's really, really important, which is why positive affirmation is so important in terms of like in the process of healing or trying to survive a journey and whatnot. I think it's very powerful to me. It's been powerful to me when I was struggling, trying to decide whether I want to quit my HR job or not, because it was very, very, very stressful. And I felt like I could do better as an artist. So I'm just going to give like an example why it's so important. Those empowering words. So when I was in HR, I wanted to pursue calligraphy really bad because it was just helping with my mental health. The work was really stressful. And I feel like I was kind of treated differently because of I'm a woman of color. and then I was very, very adamant that like I'm going to be one of the most successful Toronto calligraphers. Like I just want to be one of the well-known ones. So I worked really hard on my website, my SEO and whatnot. And that to me, the reason why what got me through, because I have been writing down all these positive affirmations that I can do it, that I can start before I'm ready. Like it really helped me like pushing through and encouraged me to keep going. And people saw my hard work, because I always share everything behind the scene on my Instagram stories, and people saw the hard work that I was working and all these like words that I write, and then they could see how it reflect my the results. And I think I think that's why these words are really important. That's why people like to tweet it, I think, or like making it as an art. Me as a calligrapher, there's only like probably 3 or 5 calligraphers in the NFT space. And I know that I'm one of the pioneers, and I'm using that role as to really lead everyone else in the calligraphy community. And because I find that words are very, very powerful. It can really move you and a community. So, and that's why I'm proud to be in this space as one of the first people.
Have you been spending much of your time, in Clubhouse, Instagram, and Twitter? And what has been the most successful medium for you so far in marketing your art?
I would say combination Clubhouse for sure to meet new people, but also after the Clubhouse, Twitter and Instagram, that's where the DMs, the private conversations are happening. Like always try to find like collectors and try to like reach out and shoot my shot. Like I try to do that every day because I believe in my work. When you believe in your work, it's easier for you to like talk about it, right? And I highly believe in it, and there's consistency. And I have met so many people. Like currently right now, I'm doing a collaboration called the NFT Your City. So there are 10 artists from Toronto. Together we are passing along the work as we add more layers, including one of the artists was also your guest, Farah Manley. So wow. we're doing this right now where I'm the last person to like add the work though. So but I've kind of announced it, and then we are actually using Clubhouse to talk about our project and talk about what the future's project is going to be like. Because after Toronto, we're going to pass the baton to other cities, and we want it to be like a global thing. So I think, and then what we our objective is to empower. So basically half of the profit will come back to us, and then the other half is to help new NFT artists who have their work hasn't been sold, but their work is really dope. So in a way, it's empowering other artists. And also the collectors will also going to be able to choose the next city. So it's like the whole community thing. It's only possible because of social media, because in Clubhouse, we were, we got to know other people. We only had like one Clubhouse room to talk about this, and it was fired up. Like there was so many ideas coming in, and people are just so excited. And I have a good feeling that it's going to be like a really big project that everyone's going to be talking about, because it's very empowering.
It's giving me goosebumps, listening to this concept, which is so well structured. I think this is a prime example of a NFT project done right, because there's a achievable cause where you're supporting other artists, right? Mm-hmm. Having up 50% of the sales revenue and support other artists is what this is all about, right? To uplift each other, to raise the tide and lift all boats, so that artists buy each other's art. I think that's what I've been most astonished by. Whenever I talk to an artist and they volunteer to open their wallet, right? Yeah. And I'm looking at their digital collectibles, is other artists' work, and they're like tons of them, 50 of them. So it's great that you guys are not just thinking of doing this. You're backing it up with a real action, which is using NFTs as programmable tokens that allow you to actually do this royalty split, or to ensure the right funds are funneled to the right wallet. Mm-hmm. And you're inspiring me back, because I've been thinking a lot about dropping NFTs. Like, how do I actually do it right? So you just gave me the idea, which is ensure half of it goes to charity, support people, let the buyer decide who next I should spotlight on my podcast. I think that's probably something that I'm already taking away from this conversation with you. You're brilliant. And of course, Farah is involved, and you have a musician involved in this collective project as well.
We want to have like someone in the music producing to add like because it's going to be animated. So we want to have some like background sound to make it like really strong. We even trying to get like press coverage too, because we want this to be like a really big deal because it's very empowering project. So we're trying to get press coverage, trying to market it really hard. We're working on the website. So this is all started by I don't know, you probably haven't heard, I don't know if you've heard his name. His name is Jordy. So he's a very, 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 very awesome NFT artist. He's a photographer, and he's the one who started this whole thing and really gather all of us together to create this beautiful project. And yeah, so this is all his ideas, and I'm just so excited that I'm one of the first artists to collaborate in this awesome, empowering project.
This is amazing. Let's move on to the next question. I know that you have spent a lot of time in Clubhouse, on Twitter as well. Do you see a lot of collectors who only collect followers on Twitter?
Well, I think what I've seen, like there's a lot of collectors and they want you to shield their NFTs. I haven't seen that work. Maybe it does, but what I have done in the past though, when there was a Clubhouse chat, and then there was this collector who was very passionate about encouraging artists to keep creating, and I was so touched and moved by his words that I DM him on Twitter, and was just like really telling him like, I really do appreciate what you just said in the Clubhouse room, because like I'm new to like creating NFT. And then he was asking me, can you show me your NFT work? And at that time I think I only had like 2 or 3, and then I sent him the link to my OpenSea marketplace, and then he bought it right away. So I think both kind of work together. I feel like collectors want to know the story first before they bought. And I know that this also happened to my friend who recently got their NFT sold, because there was a collector in the Clubhouse. He was listening to all her stories, and then because he has that Twitter link, so she got her NFT sold. So really, like, I think Clubhouse is a way to really share that art, share the process, share your journey, and share your story. And then when your story is really raw and resonate to a collector, most likely someone will love it and actually buy it. And I think that's like, I don't know what I would do without Clubhouse, to be honest, but I think it has been like the most effective way to really promote your work. I hope you're still there. Wayne, are you still here? Oops. Not sure what happened. Yeah, so I think everyone can hear me, but I'm not sure where did he go? Okay. Maybe his connection is down. I need to stop camera first.
And I'm back. We had an outage here. I was momentarily locked out from my laptop, and I was kind of like panicking. Can I actually get back on? And fortunately, I ditched my wireless keyboard. Now I'm using my keyboard on my laptop, and I'm able to log in once again. So without further ado, let's welcome back Telisa. What a hiccup!
You're back.
Wall issues, It's like I think something wrong with my keyboard. So
That's okay. Yeah.
using this, and I don't know why suddenly I was like typing in weird characters and I was able to log in. So I had to like fall back on my MacBook Air. So yeah, let's resume this conversation. Sorry for the where were we earlier on?
We were talking about how was Clubhouse an effective which social media is effective in order to promote your NFT. And I mentioned Clubhouse for sure, because that's how collectors get to know about you and your stories and your ideas and your process. And the more that they understand, the more likely that they're convinced to buy your work. And it's been working for me. It's been working for my other friends. And Twitter is just kind of like in a way to showcase your work. So yeah, so Clubhouse for sure. I don't know what I would do without Clubhouse. Honestly, like I know some people have sold on Facebook and whatnot, but I feel like it doesn't have that much connection as if you were to really listen to your voice and understand the emotions behind it. So yeah, I think Clubhouse is definitely the place.
Yeah, I think probably one of the best things to come out of 2021, Clubhouse and NFT, right? I think without Clubhouse, I probably would let my Twitter, continue to stay inactive. I reactivated it because of Clubhouse and Instagram as well. I used to not even like post some of my podcast replays over there. Now I'm really active on Twitter as a result of Clubhouse, and it helps to bring the world closer together, right?
Yeah.
And you have all these awesome projects as a result of that. So let's maybe hear more about your creative process. I think artists and creators would love to know what's your favorite digital art software, as well as calligraphy tools, right? Which I'm so unfamiliar with. You're the first calligrapher, that is actually coming on and gracing this particular event. So tell the artists and creators out there, how do you create your NFTs? How do you create, or what do you use your favorite software to create your NFTs, and like professional tools to amateur tools? Maybe share with others what helps bring your imagination to life.
Yeah, for sure. So so I'm using my iPad. I'm actually going to show this to you right now. Maybe a sneak peek of what's coming out soon. So I'm using my iPad. So this is a Procreate. So this is the one project that I just recently finished, another collaboration with Jordi. So he provided me with the picture, and I added layers. So I'm just trying to see where my Apple Pencil is, but it's somewhere in this studio. It's a little messy. So I basically use my Apple Pencil, because it is the most like the closest feeling to an actual pen, like the pressure and everything. And then the way that I can do thin and thick strokes. It is the easiest, like the closest one to like the real one. So, which is why I like using it. I think most calligraphers who do calligraphy digital are using Procreate on iPad. This is why it's such a great investment. So yeah, that's what I've been using. And I've been using this for the last 8 years. There you go. Yeah. My Apple Pencil is somewhere.
Right here in Singapore. So I'm going to post it back to you.
Exactly.
Back to you.
Exactly the one that I have.
So all you need is an iPad and an Apple Pencil, and that's it. You can create that amazing piece of art that we just seen.
And this Procreate app, it's a one-time payment. I think it was only like $12. So it's very, very, very cheap, and they're amazing. And I think they're updating the software. It's going to be, you can do like a 3D animation or a 3D thing. So that's coming up soon. Can you imagine a calligraphy in 3D? Like, I'm excited for that.
That's incredible. Like, I'm just imagining a metaverse or a world where you're surrounded by all these great fonts and calligraphy, right? And floating
Mhm.
around you, and you're able to touch it, or maybe like even
Yeah,
see it in 360 degrees. That would be an incredible piece of
exactly.
art. So we
Yeah.
can't wait to
Right
see
now,
maybe as an NFT.
yeah. So right now, I have animated some of my work, and I use After Effects. So I would have to like, transfer it to that, so then I can have like a moving background and whatnot, but not 3D, but like I could at least like animate it if I want to. So then it's not something that people can just grab and copy, because I worried about that.
That's right. I think that's the another Wild West areas that I think that needs to be maybe improved upon at this moment. Right? It's not a day that goes by without hearing some horror stories of
Yeah.
either your collaborators or maybe like somebody that you don't even know are minting your work as their NFT, and it's something that you have to seek recourse, either like going back to the platform and asking them to take it down immediately, or to
Exactly. Yeah.
basically raise bang the table about it, right, and get it resolved. So
Yeah.
have you come across such a situation and issues yet where people actually stole your art?
I have my work, artwork have been stolen before, and which is why I stopped doing digital for a while now. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to get stolen again, because I don't. It's just it's very like time consuming and energy consuming to deal with that. So, but then when I found out about NFT being in a blockchain, I purposely made my work really hard to like to grab and copy paste. Like if you were to grab that from the internet, the resolution would be like really low. They can't read anything. So I purposely made my work really hard um to be copied. That so like yeah, but now with the NFT being pretty safe with that, that's why I came back doing digital. Like I've been doing digital for like the last 8 years. And it's one of my favorite medium to create calligraphy.
This is fantastic. So we are seeing so many celebrities entering the NFT space as well, right?
Yeah.
They're also like calling themselves NFT sellers, or should I say, a better word that they like to describe themselves as NFT artists rather than NFT sellers. So um, many are doing this just as a cash grab, and
Mhm.
wealthier. Whereas many artists have been, grinding and doing this for years, like for your case, right, 8 years before you mint your first NFT
Yeah.
art. So do you actually, welcome like people coming onto the scene, making
Mhm.
this even more crowded space, and
Right.
even the celebrity types, right, who have
Yeah.
nothing to do with art, but they're
Yeah.
paying someone on Fiverr to do
Yeah.
a NFT art on their
Right.
behalf and calling it their own, and
Right.
then
Yeah.
minting NFTs as a result of that. So what's your thought on this
Well,
development?
I think NFT is not going to be just limited to art. I think it can be pretty much anything that's transfer that like transaction. I don't think it will be just crypto art. I think it could be like even selling, like tickets, like concert tickets and whatnot, something that cannot be copied off or faked, so people scamming. So I think I don't think that it's just going to be art. Yes, there are going to be celebrities like like Ellen DeGeneres are going to just jump into it and create something grab. But I feel like it's opening up a whole new technology that people would have never thought about, that things that they have to deal with, like infringement and like all that. They don't have to deal with that because you're using this NFT technology. So and you know what, I even believe that I think Google will probably going to have a tab for NFT where you can search anything that's NFT. I think that's eventually going to happen. And I would love for that to happen, because I'm really big on SEO, search engine optimization, because right now there's no such thing as SEO of NFT, right? So I think it will be more than just art, and it's already happening. I know some people who have given me some ideas of what they want to do using NFT. And I think it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for sure.
100%. I think I like the fact that you could actually mint an NFT and then have it attached to real life stuff, right?
Yeah.
Many artists are also like giving away like their physical art when
Yeah.
somebody actually buys the digital
Mhm.
collectible,
Yeah.
and also using that to provide access as well,
Yeah.
or like a training or additional
Mhm.
FaceTime
Yeah.
with the artist who created it. So I think those are definitely something that are more interesting. It's
Right.
like a more experienced type of NFT. So it's no longer just confined to art and visual and things like that. So
Yeah.
before we let you go, I think we have another maybe like five
Yeah.
to 10 minutes.
Mhm.
What is success or successful for you?
Well, to me, success is not necessarily the financial gain. I think to me, success is when, because NFT to me, it's all about community. So, and to me, success is when I feel that I have made an impact to someone in the NFT community, whether onboarding them to the space or being part of the change using the NFT technology. I think that's success. Yes, financially it could be, but that I feel like that's like the end result, like the outcome of that. But I feel like the goal is all about the community. That's when I feel like that's successful. Like I feel like I'm going towards that because I've been really submersing myself in this community, and I've met so many different kind of artists, from multi disciplinary artists, and I feel like um that's what success is to me anyway. I'm just the kind of person who like to make an impact, and if I can do that in a community and then bring more calligraphers coming into this space, I feel like that's a success to me.
Wonderful. What do you think creators are struggling with when it comes to marketing their work?
I think a lot of artists are really good at what they do, the talent, but they forget that this is all business. If people don't know you, they're not going to know your talent. So it's so important to network and really understand business model. I'm lucky that I have business experience in HR, that I actually that I it's a transferable skills that I've been using, that I've been applying as an entrepreneur. So like getting to know all this technology, how to promote yourself, getting to know people, knowing the right people. That's what Elon Musk said. Knowing the right people, finding these right people, shoot your shot. Like you'll never know. Like I have gotten like so many great opportunities because I just, get out of my comfort zone and just get to know people, and putting yourself in a spot where you can make yourself visible to a lot of people. So then that's the key of networking, right? Where do you network? Like it doesn't necessarily have to be in a big room. You can be in a small room of people who know a lot of people, right? So I think that's what more artists need to be comfortable doing, because you cannot wait until someone approach you. Like you need to like get yourself out there, other than just like, I know a lot of artists that are really, really good, but then they're not comfortable learning about the business. But to be honest, me as a creative entrepreneur, I do more business stuff, like 80% and 20% creating stuff,
That is
because
a very good mix and right strategy. I think,
yeah,
like what you just mentioned, it's very important to also build your narrative and build your community, right?
yeah,
Because if you think like a business, then a community is definitely necessary in
yeah,
order to find, buyers who support your work and
right,
allowing you to continue to do this for a living, make a decent or if not
yeah,
even better living.
yeah.
So
That
it's
goes
great
to like,
you nailed all these points across. And yes, I'm gonna let you speak. Please
yeah,
continue.
no, I was gonna say like branding is super important, like cohesive, authentic, and consistent branding is super important in being a successful artist, a creative entrepreneur. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
This is fantastic. I think I could also feel that everything that you're doing is on point. Like when I look at your gallery, when I basically look at your Twitter as well, even how you present yourself in front of the camera, this identity, is something that is one of its kind, like a non-fungible token. So I think this is even more important at this day and age, right, where everything is so crowded, and everyone's just basically chiming in, and it's a very noisy world out there. To
Yeah.
really set yourself apart, especially having your NFT art, you're setting it apart from the other NFT projects in the metaverse.
Yeah.
This is super hard, and it's definitely something that you have to learn, fail, learn, and iterate again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's so much to like that I'm really expecting, and I'm just really excited where it's going, where we're heading, and I'm just excited to keep bringing that calligraphy into that blockchain, and then hopefully, I don't know, I just can't even imagine what's going to happen in the future.
And it lives on forever, and we all know
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah, we know that artists are actually more appreciated after they leave this world, but at least now we have the technology to ensure that this is forever, in the ledger and
Yeah.
on the blockchain. So you will never be able to erase it.
Mhm.
You can't corrupt it. You can't actually change it. So it's on the
Yeah.
record, and a very good legacy project for humankind. So I'm
Yeah.
going to really move on to rapid fire questions momentarily. Here are the rules. You must give really short and pithy response, 1 or 2 sentences maximum. So are you ready?
Okay.
Let's go. What are your proudest life moments?
Being brave enough to quit my job to pursue my calligraphy full-time career.
What do you want doing less of in 2021?
More admin work. So I mean, less admin work. So hopefully I can delegate and hire assistant in 20 soon.
What do you
Yeah.
want doing more of in 2021?
I want to create more. This is why I need to hire an assistant.
Your advice for NFT artists?
Start before you're ready.
Any future ambitions or side projects in the works?
In the works, I think I want to continue supporting my friend who's doing that NFT Your City, and I think I want to continue helping onboarding more calligraphers in entering this NFT work. So I don't know what's in the future, but I want to focus more on NFT in the upcoming time.
How can people reach you?
You can find me on Instagram, Twitter. My social media is at Roessein Art. So that's the last name, Roesseinart. So my Instagram and Twitter are 2 of the most active, and I'm also sometimes on Clubhouse if you want to chat. Get to know me. I'm right there. There you go.
So people, go check it out, Roessein Art. And I finally nailed your pronunciation of your name. So my apologies for mispronouncing it earlier on.
You got it.
So thank you so much for agreeing to do this
Yeah.
podcast together and coming onto this live stream as well. Sorry about the technical difficulties that we faced earlier. I'm just glad that we ended on the right note. So any last message for our listeners while we're playing this podcast episode on your AirPods or smart speakers later on?
I think it is very overwhelming, but take one thing at a time when it comes to NFT. If this is something that you're new, it's new for everybody. So don't feel bad about being a newbie, because everyone is still learning it, and be okay with like mistakes and struggles or challenges, because that's how we're all here. Like the community is great. We're all going to support you no matter what. So don't be afraid to start and just like just learn more about what's happening. We're all learning together. We're all still like, the resources is not out there yet. That's not a lot that you can learn from, but just don't stop and keep going.
I'm super grateful that you bring your story and your great art and gracing this event. So, thank you, my friend. Please take care of yourself. Take care of everyone over there in Toronto. Yeah. Hope to see you in real life in the future and do an in-person interview with you next time.
Yeah. All right.
Cheers. Good night.
Bye.
That's Telisa. You can find out her work using this handle, Roessein Art. So that's the handle for Instagram and Twitter, where you can actually reach out to her. So I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back with 4 or 5 more guests later on. See you.
Let's start with your story. We'd love to hear how you got started and how the journey has been so far.
Più che aver scelto io la mia arte, diciamo che la mia arte ha scelto me.
Well, let's say that it's been me who chosen the art and not the art choosing me.
In quanto lo faccio da quando ero piccolo, da quando ho iniziato a disegnare, guardando e riproducendo i cartoni animati.
I started when I was a child. I used to draw a cartoon that I used to watch on TV.
Questo mi ha portato al centro dell'attenzione della mia famiglia.
This has taken me to the center of the attention from my family.
E vedendo ciò ho continuato anche nella società a fare questo.
So I continue to do this in my everyday life.
Fino a diventare io stesso la mia arte oggi.
Till I became my art myself. Congratulations on your recent NFTs collection. Tell us about the drop and how you got involved.
È già da qualche anno che vendo in criptovaluta la mia arte fisica.
Since a few years now I sell my artwork into a crypto value.
Ma solo dalla grossa vendita di Crisis che ho deciso di commercializzare anche tutta la parte digitale del mio lavoro.
But only after the big sale at Christie's I've decided to market the digital part of the artworks.
Quella parte che fino a poco fa non ho mai mostrato.
The part that I've never shown till a short time ago. This is not your first time dropping NFTs. Where can we buy your NFTs and what sets you apart from the other NFT project in the metaverse?
Non è la prima volta, ma il 13 maggio per la prima volta pubblico anche un'animazione di un mio lavoro.
Well, it's not the first time, but on May 13th I will publish finally one of my animation work.
Quello che mi
Where can we
rende
buy your NFTs?
quello che mi rende unico nel mio lavoro è essere riconoscibile, avere uno stile unico.
Okay, what sets me apart from the others is my unique style.
Ed essere e portare nel mondo digitale anche questo stile già riconosciuto nel settore dell'arte ufficiale.
Which makes me bring in this trade my work, which is already recognized.
La mia arte la si può trovare attualmente su Foundation.
My art can be found actually on a Foundation.
Hey people, let's get cracking and let's welcome our next guest, Hansruedi.
Yes, hello. Hi. Hi.
It's great to have you here in our virtual podcast studio and live taping this for a podcast replay later on. So tell us, let's start with your story, and we would love to hear how you got started in art, in NFT art, and of course, how the journey has been so far for you.
It's more or less an accident that I'm into art now. I'm a web designer, and a couple of years ago, let's say 4 years ago, I had a lot of time, and I thought it's time to understand Photoshop better. And I just challenged myself in creating an image every day and post it on Instagram. It was just for me. It was never meant to be something special. And then everything started. So I got followers, likes, comments, reposts. A couple of months later, Photoshop made a repost and so on. And it never stopped. And last year, I had my first exhibition in Switzerland. And it was such a stunning experience about the response I got there. The months later, Hyundai called me for, how you call it, as an influencer for an artist series. And since then, every week something special happens. It just doesn't stop. And NFT was just in the middle of everything, and I was overwhelmed because I didn't know about cryptocurrencies. I didn't know about NFT, just nothing. So what I understood then is that Twitter is really important for getting a crowd for your art, and I'm still in the beginning at Twitter. So the public, or the followers on Instagram is not the same as the followers on Twitter. So you just can't move the crowd from one social media to another. And that's where I am now.
And you're a super humble person because I think you were featured by Photoshop and Adobe Creative Cloud. So you're not just a digital artist, digital creator, and also someone who is super talented. So I'm just looking at your Instagram, and some of the visuals there are just astounding. It's very Inception. Can I say that you're super inspired by films like The Inception, or you're a big fan of Christopher Nolan, the movie director?
In fact, I've never seen this movie. I heard pretty often that there's kind of inception in my images, and that was the moment that I Googled Inception, and I understood what people meant, but I've never seen the movie.
This is a very, a great story. And of course, I think that many creators and artists like you, right? You are the originators. And sometimes, you tend to also not get distracted by what's happening, in the pop culture or movie film industry. And you're very focused on creating the things that you've been creating for years, right? And I have to say, you have a very strong identity and trademark. All your art has a very common running theme. It's like putting different images together, creating a different universe, should I say. This is like how you actually manipulate images and create a new space for it.
It's an intuitive process. Mainly my images are made from 2 photos. Something, I would say 90% of my images are made with only 2 photographs. And but there is not really a process. The difficult part of it is really to find the photos to make something special. It's not really the editing process. This is, at least for me now, pretty easy. It's not time consuming. The time consuming is to have an idea that will work at the end. But how I do it, I can't really explain. It's what is important for me is that the perspectives, or let's say I like to play with perspectives. So because this is kind of a topic that is important for me in life in general. So when you the way you look at something makes how you feel. And you can always change the way how you look at something, so you can always change how you feel. And this is the philosophical concept behind images.
I love your philosophical concept behind your art creation. And I can't help but take notice of this particular image, this particular art that you put out, because it basically has a car plate of Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
And of course, he's someone who pioneered the space travel with his SpaceX. And one of the interesting caption in your particular post is that you wrote, the first step is to establish that something is possible. Then probability will occur. This is one of the reasons why you make this particular piece of art. At the same time, are you also as inspired by many artists who were also on this festival earlier on? And they also showed me some of the Elon Musk inspired art. Is this a Elon Musk inspired art?
I don't know. It's I like the thing of just believe in something. So when I would say really everything is always possible. I don't know when it's possible, but it is possible, and that's the kind of thing. So I found this quote, and that's why I put Elon Musk on the car. But it's not that Elon Musk is more for me than just that. It's just the character of the concept of living. Just believe in something and go for it.
He's definitely quite inspirational, right? And he has the power with his tweets on Twitter as well that is capable of moving and shifting market and causing so many ripples and fluctuations in cryptocurrency, recently. So I'm definitely, very inspired by your work, by your art, like putting two pieces of photographs together. For the artists and creators that are out there, right, they are definitely very interested to know from you, what's your favorite digital art software that you use to create your art pieces and, of course, your NFTs as well? From the professional tools to the amateur tools, maybe share with others what helps bring your imagination to life.
First, software, it's only Photoshop. I have never used something else. And for inspiration, it's just follow other artists. It's not wrong to copy other artists in the beginning to get into a topic or a style or something. And but then there is nothing special. It's daily practice, in fact. Whatever you do, you have to do it daily. And when you do it daily, you will be better. You will get better. It's for sure that you will get better. But most people want to have success immediately. And that normally doesn't work.
Hence, your caption for your previous Elon Musk inspired art, where you mentioned that the first step is always to establish what's possible, and then the probability or even like great art can then occur, right? So I totally get your thought process and your philosophy as well. It's very interesting to talk to you because while we are screen sharing your pictures, right, and actually looking at some of your other impressive art, maybe tell us about the first time when you heard about NFTs. Where was it? When was it? And how does it feel to actually have your art valued in this way with NFTs?
Yeah, I followed as many others, people crap, and then I saw NFT the first time, and pretty fast it was all over, this NFT, and then a company called me to, if they want to put me into the NFT business, they would take care of me, and that's how I got into it. but in fact, yeah, I'm still not really sure about NFT in the long run. I don't have really. I mean, I understand what NFT is, but will it really survive on the long run? I think the concept of NFT, yes, but will it as well for the art industry? I have no clue, really nothing.
Which means to say that after this NFT hype or this NFT sales period, right, is truly over, most likely you won't go down this rabbit hole of NFT to continuing, churning out or creating NFT digital collectibles?
I will always continue to create art as long as I'm enthusiastic about it. But if I will do it as NFT, I don't know. It's not important for me. This is just one function of the art, but I do it for the art itself, for the fun of creating. But if I can put it just for me, or if I can sell it in any kind of canvas or NFT or whatsoever exhibition, it doesn't matter at all.
That brings me to my next question. What got you into art?
Luck, really luck. It's nothing else. It's, I was really bad in my younger years in everything about art. I was in the finance industry. I was good in math. I was pretty okay in languages, but not in art at all. And so I'm as surprised as everybody else that I'm where I am right now. It's I had never this idea of being an artist, and people call me now an artist, and it's still strange for me.
Oh, you're super humble, and I'm looking at your creations. This is definitely art. You are definitely a great artist. And can you maybe tell us, what's the most successful thing you've done to market your work?
I think it's just reposts of many Instagram accounts. It's not. Photoshop itself was really important, and Photoshop follows me, and it made a large impact, of course. But then it's many art accounts on Instagram, like Fubis or modern. It's so many. It's a couple of hundreds of reposts. I was into art magazines now. So it's not one thing. It's really the number of everything that made this audience I have now.
I absolutely love your Instagram gallery page because every art has an accompanying code that is very positive and is very uplifting and messages that I think even for anyone who is starting, right, for example, they should take down those caption that you put against every art, because those are things that can remind them internally, right, to adjust themselves whenever they feel they have an imposter syndrome, or when they feel that they are not good enough or they don't measure up. Because I find what you wrote, especially for this piece as well, every artist was first an amateur, so don't doubt yourself.
Yeah, that's so true, and I still doubt. I always doubt if this what I'm doing. If is it okay? Is it good enough, or is it good enough for me in the first place? And what's funny enough is that the most successful pieces were the ones I didn't really like the most in the beginning. So I have no idea what really gets well known afterwards. It's always special to see the reactions. Sometimes I think, okay, this must be great, and not really that much of reaction afterwards, and something it's the opposite. So I never know, and it's like a game. It's a funny game for me. It's really it's fun to see how if there are reactions or not.
So in other words, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, right? So art is the same, and it's important to continuously put your work out there and publish your work, yeah, and not be too judgmental over whether the creator thinks that is good enough or is bad or it doesn't measure up. It's important to actually let the world actually judge the work and see whether there's value in it, right? So, like what you mentioned earlier as well, every artist, before they become awesome, they need to get awful first, right?
Yeah, it's. I like when people tell me what's bad about my pictures as well. I always say thank you to all the critics as well. It's because, not critics like this is bad. That's not a critic I can do something with it. But any kind of comment is helpful. The good ones, but the critical ones as well. We are all here to learn. It's not about. I like the thing of you win or you learn. You never lose. You win or you learn, and that's the way to look at things. Yeah.
I really love, your perspective and how you view, your art creation process. And most importantly, your attitude, is so inspiring, even to me as a podcaster, which I don't call myself an artist, maybe a little bit of a sound artist, and that's about it, But like everyone else, I also have imposter syndrome and always thinking that I don't measure up. So it's fantastic, that you put this so succinctly clear, for artists out there. Could be musicians, it could be podcasters, artists, in general. I think they would love to actually deep dive into your work and also scrutinize the things that you write against each art piece. So that's very inspiring. We will have only maybe about 10 minutes left with you. So maybe talk about what is success or successful for you.
And I don't think about success. What's nice to have is to all the reactions, the thing that we talk together now is just, this is kind of success because it wouldn't have been without the art before. So I have many contacts now I would never have without. So this is the way I measure success, the feedback I got, the contacts I get, and of course, when you can sell something, it's nice as well. But I wouldn't measure it in some special way. Of course, at the end, when you can sell, money is always a nice. Measure of success as well. It's perhaps the real success in some way, but definitely not the only one. So it's there are different concepts of success, and for me, when I see the reactions that the mails I get, the comments I get, it's that's it.
I think you're super right, especially when it comes to being able to connect with maybe a new people, right? With new fans or followers who love your work, and being able to actually make new connections. That is a success for many artists. Of course, for other artists as well. They feel that success means creative victory, and creative victory means the ability to publish again and again and again. So it's something that I've seen. It's a running theme for what you do, because you have so many great art that you put out continuously and you don't stop. Yeah, I'm gonna maybe screen share your particular website as well, which is super well designed. I think it deserves to be shared with our audiences who are watching this live taping, during this live stream. Just love how you put together everything. It's a beauty. It's a beautiful exhibition website without even having to step in the gallery. We could, look at your stylings and your creative work. by just browsing through and scrolling through your website. So, who put together this website for you, and what was the amount of time in order to get this website up and running? Because I know that many people agonize over how their website should look like.
Um, I made this website because I'm a web designer at first place. So I don't, there are different themes and possibilities you can choose from. And for art, I always like this black and white style in the background so that the art itself can shine. And that's why I use this. But I think always what is really good for me is that I always can change. When the situation changes, I can change my website. So I have the ability to change everything or to restart as well. I already thought about selling it through downloads, or there are many possibilities I could try out. But for the moment, it's I leave it as it is. Yeah.
We're going to move on to our last segment before we say goodbye to you. Let's do a rapid fire round, yeah? And the instructions and rules are pretty simple. Just keep your answers really short and pithy. Maybe maximum 1 or 2 sentences. So are you ready?
Okay.
Let's go. What are your proudest life moments?
Oh, I'm not proud of anything at all. I don't want to be proud. I just want to be astonished by life. Proud is not a concept I have.
Great answer. What do you want doing less of in 2021?
Less often. Any kind of administration, probably. Yeah.
9 out of 10, I get that answer. What do you want doing more of in 2021?
Go out. Definitely go out in any kind of concept, but I will have 3 exhibitions this year, so that's really the ones I'm waiting for now.
Your advice for NFT artists out there?
Oh, I don't have one. I probably that Twitter is really important, but I'm not a specialist in it so far.
Any future ambitions or side projects?
To live from art. That's it. And side projects, I always had a dream of really make a big ad and to see it somewhere, not only online, but really in real life, to see an ad like, let's say, like a Times Square. I mean, this is really big, but just the thing of really make something big and see it, that would be great.
How can people reach you?
On any kind of social media, email, website, anything is possible.
So I think we just put the website address right below.
Yeah,
check out this URL. That's the best way to contact Hansruedi. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this podcast live taping with us. And any last message or last words to our listeners who are replaying this podcast on your AirPods or smart speaker later on?
Thank you for the invitation, and always say yes when somebody asks you for a podcast. Say yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for plugging, our show as well. I'm super grateful. So I hope to see you in real life very soon. Hopefully, do an in-person interview with you next time for the podcast in future. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. Hi, Omar. How are you? Sorry to keep you waiting. Can you hear me, Omar? Hello. Hi. Mic test 1 2. Mic test. Hi, Omar. Can you hear me? Okay. I think there's some technical issue, but we'll be right back. Let me resolve it with our next guest. His name is Omar Akram, and he's a Grammy award-winning musician. So I'll be right back shortly. Meanwhile, enjoy this. And we're back. My next guest is a Grammy Award winner. He's a musician, and his name is Omar Akram, and it's going to be a huge honor and privilege to welcome a Grammy Award winning artist on this festival and gracing this festival. So without further ado, let's get him onto our virtual stage. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, how are you? Nice to be on the show.
I'm incredibly well, and such an honor, getting a Grammy Award-winning artist and gracing our event. So it's great to finally put a face to a voice, because I think I connected with you on Clubhouse many weeks ago, and I was, eavesdropping on what you were saying, in a room filled and packed with artists as well, especially people who are actually, active in the NFT space. So it's great that you agreed to do this with us and actually tell us your story. So maybe let's start with your story, because our audience, especially in Asia, we would love to find out, how you got started and basically how the journey has been so far for you.
Well, thank you, first of all, to have me on the show. I really appreciate it. I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I mean, it's been great connecting with you on Clubhouse. And that's been a really great platform for a lot of people to connect, obviously. My story began, when I was very young. I was 6 or 7 years old. My father used to work for United Nations in New York. Both of my parents are from Afghanistan, but I was born in New York City. And then from there, I was a hyper child. So as a child, my parents thought, well, every time I listened to music, I would calm down. So they thought, hey, if we get him a piano and get him some piano lessons, then he might really calm down. So I took some piano lessons at the age of 6. At that time, we were living in Prague, Czech Republic, with a great teacher from the Prague Symphony. And, from there, I just continued on. It was something that, one thing is, I don't know, sometimes something clicks in you, and that's what happened with me and my music. It just became something that I became very passionate about. Even though if I had a bad day, I would come and sit in front of the piano. It would just really make me happy, and it still does that. So I continued on for many, many years. Before we moved back to the United States, we went to Cuba. My dad was, a diplomat, so we traveled to a lot of different countries. Finally came back. We lived in the East Coast of United States. Continued on, went to a music conservatory. And when I made the announcement to my parents that I'm getting into professional music, obviously they were not thrilled. But anyway, continued on. And in 2013, I was at the Staples Center accepting a Grammy Award for Best New Age and World Album. So it's been a long journey, a lot of hard work. But, as long as you stay consistent and passionate, I think things will pay off. So that's, in a nutshell, my story.
That's a fantastic story and very inspiring stuff. We know you wear many different hats. You're a Grammy Award winner. You're a recording artist. You're a composer, and a great pianist, and an entrepreneur as well. So how does one wear so many different hats and do so well in all of them? Do you have any secrets or maybe advice for people who are just starting and thinking that they have this imposter syndrome and it's so hard to get to awesome, right? When they still feel that they are in a very awful place, or maybe they're starting, in a really awful way, which all artists have to start awful, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think as an artist, one thing you got to remember is, you are the person creating, your art, but at the same time, the best person to look after you is yourself, right? So a lot of the times what artists do, and we've seen that in history, if you look back, sometimes artists rely too heavily on other people to manage their businesses or manage, their affairs. And then they wind up, you hear these stories where people are being cheated of millions of dollars or whatever. I mean, their businesses and things like that. So for me, early on, I thought, if I'm going to do this, this is a business. So no matter what we do, we got to treat it as a business. Ultimately, you got to make money. Ultimately, you have to pay your rent and all that stuff. I have a family, so for those things, you really have to get in there and try to do it yourself. And that's something that I've been fairly successful. And a lot of it comes from, building. So, usually my advice to people is just build a great network of people, like what you guys are doing right now. You're introducing guests, you're bringing people on, and you network, you meet great people. And I think once you do that, and you gotta learn and study any business you're in, right? You can't relate on somebody else to tell you how it's being done. You got to understand every aspect of your business. So for me as a recording artist, now I have my own media company in Los Angeles. And we do content for big platforms like Roku, Samsung, and all of that. And all of it stemmed from me learning about it and then having the right connections and meeting the right people and doing it myself. So that's what I would say.
Very inspiring stuff. And of course, so many things that you mentioned there, so many valid points, and really resonate with me. And I think many fellow artists as well who are watching this live stream or listening to this replay later on. One of my previous guests came on earlier on, and she mentioned that she's spending 80% of her time on the business and 20% on creating art. So do you agree this time allocation, like where you actually spend your time on, is this the right strategy?
I respectfully disagree because, for me, at least for me personally, I mean, I'm speaking about myself. For me, it's about my art. Ultimately, the product that you put out is very important. So to refine that product should be the number one goal. So for me, if I'm releasing a new album, I just finished writing music for a feature film with an Oscar winner, right? So for me, my focus was actually doing that, because ultimately that product, is what's gonna help me my business as well, correct? So for me, yes, I do spend. Mine is probably the other way around, and also I'm lucky because I have some great people around me. And it's kind of like on autopilot. But for me, I would say I would spend about 70 to 75% on developing the product, because to me, ultimately, if you don't have that and you don't work on yourself and on your product, then the business stuff is something that is secondary, right? I mean, it's almost a necessity that you're selling your product because you want the world to see what you're doing, right? But if I spend 75 or 80% of my time, on advertising or promoting my product, right? I will not have enough time to develop that product, if that makes any sense. So if a great car company, they have to spend a lot of time developing that great car, because without it, no matter how much time they put behind the business, it doesn't matter because their product is not that good anyway, right? So that's kind of been my thinking. But she's probably right. Maybe she has spent all the time developing her business, developing her product. Now she's spending more time and getting it out there. So I don't know. That's just personally for me.
I think it's very spot on. What you have nailed it on the head when it comes to no matter how great the marketing, if you spend so much efforts on genius marketing, if the product really doesn't carries weight or doesn't reach the standards that is required, right? No amount of marketing will save the product. So it's something that is really resonating with me as well. What you just mentioned there. So obviously, there's been so much talk about NFTs, right? And non-fungible tokens have taken over Clubhouse in a huge way. Seems that every room is basically a room about NFTs. So even if you're a room that is talking about marketing, they are also talking about NFT. If you are in a room talking about content creation, they are talking about NFTs. So there's no way to simply avoid NFTs in this day and age, especially in 2021. When was the first time you heard about NFTs? And what were you thinking about this new NFT technology the first time when you heard it?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you brought it up because, for me, I just like a lot of people, as an artist, I heard a little bit about it. And in the beginning, I was under the impression it's only for like major artists. If you have 10 million following, then yeah, it's for you. But You're right. When I got on Clubhouse, which wasn't that long ago, actually, a few months ago, I realized that there's a lot going on. A lot of people are talking about it, so I became more educated about it. And something interesting happened with me is I got, because I have a Grammy Award, and I'm a recording artist, a musician. A lot of visual artists started contacting me to say, "Hey, would you be interested in collaborating and stuff?" Which I'm flattered, but at the same time I felt good, because a lot of these visual artists, they never really had a platform before. I mean, it was very, very difficult to sell their product, and now they are in a position to collaborate, with different medium, and be able to make that, to make something happen. But I would say that a lot of people are getting into it. I would say that this is not a quick and easy way to just go in there and make money. I think if you're gonna create a product, you have to still, stand behind it, and you have to make sure that you don't bring down the value of that product by just constantly churning stuff out there. So I'm seeing a little bit of that, where someone did well in the beginning. They sold like a couple of really great pieces, but then they're like, "Oh wow, I'm excited, so I'm just gonna keep doing this every week." And then what happens is the secondary market for those NFTs, the value starts dropping, which you really don't want to do that. Still, like any art form, the talent will rise, people that are really, really good at. So one thing that we've seen on Clubhouse is there are people, very passionate about it. We have a group of guys that are promoting, and buyers, and all of that. But there's a lot of people coming in also that are just kind of dabbling in it, thinking that this is going to be a big paycheck. I doubt it. I think it's just, right now, it's kind of like the wild, wild west. Everybody's kind of getting into it. Like any other art form, it's gonna kind of like it's gonna level off, and people that are really talented, you'll see them kind of rise. So that's what I would say about the little bit that I've observed so far.
Great observations, and I'm with you on that as well. And observing the NFT space, right, and having this festival to actually interact with NFT artists, I actually feel that many artists who are creating really great work, they will succeed, but there will be also many people who will not succeed. They will fail, just like many new hype or new technology, or even like what we call this the Web 3.0, right? It harks back to the days of Web 2.0 and Web 1.0, where everyone was rushing out to build e-commerce websites, and only a few truly survived during that dot-com crash in 2000. Amazon came out of it, but the rest actually disappeared, or it took them years to actually make a comeback, and to actually make a success at it. And Web 2.0 is the same, where everyone was generating lots of content using social media as a way to be really successful. And we've seen how Facebook really flourished, right? But there are also many stories of MySpace that failed, and many other platforms that failed. It's the same thing with this Web 3.0 with NFTs. There will be a big, significant number of people that will fail. But yes, if they go at it, the right with the right attitude, like what you just mentioned, you really focus on the art and creating even better art and refining it and making it the best possible thing that they could put out. They do have a fighting chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I mean, if you're looking some of these big artists, and you hear the news, somebody sold something 1.5 million, well, that person could sell a hair product, and they'll make up 1.5 million dollars, because you're talking about big artists. They have huge following. So a lot of people that are starting out thinking, well, if that guy did it, but without realizing that they do have a big following. There's something that a lot of these A-list artists, musicians, they have a following where they could, people will come out and support them. So yeah, I mean, we just have to be really careful, especially now with who we collaborate. I know for me, I haven't done it yet, but I've been approached by some, big artists, visual artists. So I might get into it. I don't know, but I'm just like you. I'm sitting back there observing the market and see what's going on. And obviously, Clubhouse has been a big, sort of help as far as kind of sitting back there and observing what's going on and listening to what people are saying.
Yeah, it's definitely a great platform and medium to learn and to build network as well. Like this particular festival wouldn't be possible to assemble such a stellar cast, right, including you, without
Thank you.
Clubhouse. I think it's definitely one of the great things that came out of 2021.
Yeah.
I mean, in addition to NFT technology, of course, it's great that everything seems to be converging all at the same time. Yeah, technology, Clubhouse, artists getting more voice and getting the voice heard, and the ability to actually make a decent living doing what they love, which is creating even more art. So let's maybe deep dive on some of the art you're creating. We know that you're a musician, and you recently put out a really awesome new age track called "The Light Will Come." Right? Tell us the inspiration behind that, and do you intend to actually tour, in the future when borders are reopened, and actually bring, your music even to our shores, sunny island Singapore in Asia?
Yeah, I mean, so what happened is I had a big tour last year, 33 different cities. I was actually going to go to China and to Asia, and all of that obviously was canceled. And so what happened to me is I sort of, I had to step back, just like everyone else, kind of re-examine everything that I'm doing. I've done things on a larger scale. In the 2019 album called Destiny that I put out, I had an ADP symphony performing with me, and I created the music with some of the top producers in LA, Walter Afanasieff, who produced for, My Heart Will Go On, for Titanic, and people that, that caliber. So what happened is when COVID hit and I was not able to perform, what I did is I just went back to basics, which was, just sitting behind the piano. And that's how I started, really. So what I did is every week on YouTube, I put out a performance for my fans, just playing the piano for them, like I would do if you came home to my house, and I would play for you in my living room. And that's kind of what I did. And out of those, and obviously in the United States, last year we had some political issues with Black Lives Matter and things like that, where we had some issues that we had to really deal with. And so yeah, it's been amazing. And so that inspired me. Everything that's been going on, those performances in the political climate that we had, inspired me to write these 10 pieces. And The Light Will Come is the title track for that album. It's a solo piano. It's just me, intimate with. There's not an ADP symphony. There's not these great musicians that I play. It's just me. You'll just get me playing the piano for you. And then the other track, For George, is dedicated to George Floyd. We had this event, as you're aware of, in the United States with the police brutality and things like that, so that I was able to put that out there. And that album just came out, April 23rd, not that long ago. So yeah, really proud of it. It's very intimate work, and and I'm working on several new projects. So I'm really excited about what's going on right now.
So like this COVID situation seems to be in control in US right now, and many tours are returning, right? So do you see, the concept or the traditional, selling tickets and actually connecting with fans by playing in their cities? Does that model still work, or do you think that is a hybrid model with live stream plus maybe a live performance at certain, more controlled crowd, the venues where you don't expose too many people, the way that we used to do concerts, right, where you have like 100,000 people show up all at once? That kind of number seems to be impossible to amass again with this pandemic still not 100% clear. So do you think that this is also an opportunity for even NFT to actually change the industry in terms of how tickets are sold and how people actually collect or buy collectibles from festivals or concert venues. Like I remember when I was in US and watching my bucket list bands perform, right? I wouldn't hesitate to queue all day long just for a limited edition poster or maybe 5 limited edition T-shirts that, with the dates and the venue as well printed at the back of the shirt, because that is like a priceless collectible that you bring back to Singapore, and it means so much more, right? And now with NFTs, it's actually possible to not just allow people to collect memories and store their memories in a token that is programmable. It allows people to have that kind of flexing rights, right? Like I remember I was in Staples Center, I think a year and a half ago, watching my favorite industrial strength psychedelic rock band Tool perform, I think, for 2 nights at Staples Center. What happened is that there was, I think, 45,000 people in the stadium inside the arena. And we had a good time. But by the time the concert ended, we left. Everyone's disconnected again. We were only connected for that 2.5 hours. But once we step out of the Staples Center, we lost touch with each other. All the fans who were in the same row standing along with me, grooving to the music. But if there is actually an NFT that allows us to actually issue tickets or even distribute tickets, and allowing us to store those memories in terms of a collectible that will forever be displayed in perpetuity in our public wallets, we are able to actually, look at somebody's social media profile and actually check, oh, you were in that Staples Center venue for 2 nights watching Tool 1.5 years ago. And I'm definitely more interested in you, because rather than trying to figure out who you are because you're someone new and I barely know you, but the fact that I look at your wallet, you actually you're in possession of 2 concert tickets or 2 collectibles that are NFTs. It helps us to get connected. Do you think that this is one underlying mechanism that will help using NFT change the way traditional concert venue ticketing is done?
Yeah, I've been hearing, very good point that you just made, and a lot of people are not talking about it. But yeah, I was just speaking to a few people, and that's exactly what I've been hearing as well. To implement that kind of technology and all of that obviously will take time. But I think, I would love to see that. I think makes a lot of sense. And it also, I think it streamlines the way that ticketing is being sold. As you know, there's a lot of scalping going on right now with ticketing, where it changes hands to a third party, fourth party. So I think this definitely will help, how ticketing is being done in the entertainment events, especially concerts. I think makes a lot of sense. So I definitely agree with you. I think this is just a beginning, and NFTs are something that it's going to grow, and not only in what we talked about before, but into what you're saying now as far as ticketing and live venues as well.
And collaboration amongst musicians as well, right? Like I just heard that you mentioned you were working together, with a Oscar-winning artist, and
yes.
And in terms of like royalties and splitting royalties, this has always been something that requires many workarounds or even contracts. And the fact that NFTs is programmable into the smart contract, so if this becomes a collaboration, so there'll be a royalty split mechanism that is built in, and where royalties is also shared in the future when that particular music, for example, which is minted as an NFT, can be resold or redistributed to higher bidders, or even maybe record companies and labels. And when it's resold for a higher price, that royalty will be shared according to who contributed to a particular track, right? So does it also resolve the messy situation normally when it comes to collaborating with like 80-member orchestra or maybe a huge band that backs up your music as well, and it's very hard to actually share the spoils?
Yeah, again, going back to what we were just talking about, I think, yes, it can definitely, it can, it really has to progress to that level. But yeah, it can only help, all of that, for everything that you're saying. I think it can be something that could definitely help in the future also with royalties and things like that, because things can get messy and things, and that's been one of the issues where we don't know, especially with record companies, as far as keeping track of royalties and things like that. We don't really know, because you don't, a lot of the times you don't see what's going on. But you're right, if it's being done this way, I mean, I think there's a transparency, and you could see what's going on. So I definitely agree with you. I think we're in the early stages. I think it's going to take some time for it to get to those levels, but yeah, I see it going there for sure.
And I love, all the content that you make available for your fans and followers on your Facebook, on your Instagram as well. All these live performances, which are great. And if we could, be able to be, a proud collector of maybe owner of one of your live stream content. For example, some of your performances, right? If you're able to maybe put a stamp on it or a serial number, and maybe, just put out 100 of those live performance content and mint them as NFTs, right? Your fans could own that particular performance or that live stream. And that can only be obtained as an unlockable content after they actually purchase one of your digital collectibles. It could be a ticket to your live concert, which comes with unlockable, content to your live stream performances.
Yeah.
In your troves of inventory of all these great performances, I think it allows us to even be able to show off that, I love Omar Akram's music. And, I don't just listen to one song, but I collect his live performances clips as well. So these are another way to actually even rate the kind of levels of what kind of fans, are following you. Like, are they the really rabid fans, or is just a casual fan who listens to one song? Yeah. So it's very interesting how this develops in the future. And of course, it's great to hear from a musician, your point of view as well, how you feel or whether you're excited by these NFT technology. So before we let you go, we want to do a rapid fire segment with you. Are you ready?
Sure.
Let's go. Keep your answers short and pithy, maximum 1 or 2 sentences. Yeah. Let's go. What are your proudest live moments?
Well, when I made my speech, when I accepted my Grammy Award.
What do you want doing less of in 2021?
Less talking and more listening.
What do you want doing more of in 2021?
Exercising.
Your advice for NFT artists?
Work on your craft. Take the time to work on the craft first. That's important.
Your advice for musicians?
Don't give up. If you believe in your talent, keep going.
Any future ambitions or side projects in the works?
I've been asked to act in a couple of films, so that's going to be a big challenge for me.
How can people reach you?
You can go to my website, omarakram.com.
Fantastic. We're going to also put up your link tree. And for the benefit of people who are listening to this podcast replay, it's linktree/Omar Akram, right? So thank you so much for agreeing to do this podcast with us. And it's a huge honor, huge privilege.
Oh, thank you.
I look forward to maybe do an interview with you in real life, in person, next time when I travel over to LA, yeah?
Of course. Thank you for having me on the show. It's been a real pleasure. You're an awesome guy, man. Really nice to talk to you on Clubhouse, and now really seeing you on video. I think I'm really happy to be part of your show, and congratulations on all the success that you're having on your show and setting all this stuff up. So really great. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Omar. I super appreciate you. So I'll see you around really, really soon. You take care and take care of yourself over there. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Navarro, how are you?
Hi there. Hi, Wayne. How are you?
I'm super awesome, and very excited because I get to speak to Grammy Award winner and then another great NFT artist. And it's great that you're gracing our event and to allow us to borrow your wisdom and also maybe hear your story, because I think here it's really great to be able to maybe start with your story first, and we would love to hear how you got started and how the journey has been so far for you as an artist and NFT artist.
Oh, thank you. I guess to start off, I'm actually an architect in Toronto, Canada. And the way I started, I guess, is I've always had an appreciation for art. I've always been the kid that like draws, in school and stuff like that. So it was always a distraction for me to always just like, just sit in my like chair or table and just like draw, right? And I guess later on in the years, after after graduating from architecture, I have friends who are usually artistic people that are in music, whether it be in art. But in Toronto specifically, I have music artists. And one day a friend approached me, says, "Hey, you seem like you can do this art. Do you think you can do a cover album for me?" And I'm like, "Sure. I've never done such a thing, or I don't know of it." So I did it for the artist. Shout out MC Sulik. And what happened was is that I did. It was for Spotify. So the art went on to Spotify, and that was my first like, oh, it's actually like the thing that I did for the production. It was on Spotify, and then from there. Slowly but surely, local Toronto artists basically came and they approached me for, it's like, oh, who made the art? And then they approached me to do their art covers. And so that kind of snowballed into me becoming a cover art producer for, I guess, different talents, right? And different genres of music, any type of music that I hear. And usually the process is I hear the music, and then from there I get a vibe. And in collaboration with the music artist, we kind of talk about themes. It can be anything. It could be about love. It can be about peace, serenity. It can be about lyricals, hip hop, anything and anything about kind of the vibe, right? And the way NFT started is that me and another friend, she's also involved into NFTs as well, Farah Manley. She's a great friend of mine. And we kind of were just talking like a couple months ago. It's like, oh, have you heard about this NFT thing? And they're like, yeah, it seems like it's picking up, right? And then we got invited into Clubhouse, and from there we started to just listen. And again, like, people that are just getting into like the new thing, it's just like we started to get Clubhouse, and then it was like a world of like artists from left to right, Canada, America, Asia, every part of the world. You're like, wow, it's just like there's like a million creators just doing their thing, right? And learning as we go, right? And from there, it was just this, we started just produce, like for myself, I just started to like, just recently started to go on the NFT thing and just start, again, it picks up as a community, and in the art community, it's almost like it's very like welcoming, and it's very like supportive. And from there, it's just like, again, it's like a snowball effect, and we just keep the ball rolling. Yeah. So that's kind of a little bit of the background for sure.
I'm stunned and surprised that you're also from Toronto, because my previous guest, Telisa Roessein, also from Toronto.
Yeah.
And before her, right, Farah Manley was also on this podcast, I think last week. And then I have another musician, also from Toronto. His name is Dean Zinos, from this industrial electronic band called Odonis, also from Toronto. I think it's like everything seems to be in synchronicity right now. I get 4 new friends out of doing this podcast, and there's no reason for me not to visit all of you, including you.
No, you gotta
in Toronto once the borders are reopened.
Oh yeah, you gotta make a trip here for sure. Like it's a beautiful city. Very multicultural, and I mean before COVID, it was like many events, and I think growing up in the city, growing up like in the actual downtown area, is like you kind of get it's an eclectic mix of everything you can think of. Like you can grab food from like any type of food. You can like good food too, by the way, from anywhere. Like in the city, places to visit. The weather could be nice in the summer. Winters are a little harsh, but that kind of thing.
What are we staring at right now on the screens? Is this Sunflower, which is a recent NFT drop?
Yes, so this was about a week ago or so, like when I dropped it. And this was before I actually moved. I was moving city, so I was kind of busy. But this was the latest drop, the Sunflower. So when I was making this piece, I was just thinking of a really lo-fi kind of sound, and the concept behind it is that the bus and the rocket behind it, we're always in a rush for success or some type of goal that we want in life, right? And I think sometimes when I was making this, subconsciously I didn't know exactly what I was making. But the concept later came to me at the very end when I finished the piece, and it was simply that we're always in a rush. We're trying to get to the goal. We're trying to get to the success. We're trying to get to some type of meaning of what we're really trying to get to. But sometimes we overlook our surroundings, our environment, our flowers, anything. And if anything, there's an irony in that NFT in a sense where it's like you have everything you actually need in life around you. If you just take a moment to kind of just stop and pause, you have the idea about smelling the flowers. You have all the flowers around you, and yet this idea in your head sometimes. I think we're all human, and we go like push, crush, and we're trying to get to that specific thing that we want to, and yet it's kind of hard to define sometimes, you know. And sometimes we just need to step back and be like, we're okay, you know. And it's like we're all in a good place, and we're all just, as long as we're all supportive, it's like as long as you take the time to really just see and be grateful for your surroundings, I think that's what it is. And the small description in that NFT specifically is, we may not know where we'll go, but in the end, we will end up where we need to be. So
that's a really great message, and
Yeah.
I love it when you describe your art, with stories like that. And these are goosebumps raising stories, and with a really good message, yeah. And to smell the flowers and the roses, I think these are the things that we neglect. But during the pandemic, we became more reflective, right? Because we have more time to actually spend at home and actually reflect and think and be even more creative. I think the best ideas comes out when we are alone in our apartment and being able to reflect and think about what we're capable of creating, right?
Absolutely.
Has this NFT thing come about during this time for you as well? Like, I do know that a few OGs who heard of NFTs even as early as 2017, I think, but it
Wow.
really only really take off, after the Beeple art sale, right? So when was the time when you discovered it, and how long did it take before you got started and started minting your own NFTs?
Honestly, the beginning of minting NFTs. Okay, so the Beeple thing happened, I think, almost like 3-4 months ago or somewhere around there. I believe so, right? And I heard that I literally heard that just before me and a friend were gonna go for a hike, and we were like, "Did you hear about this?" As we were getting to know NFTs, we're like, "Did you know that NFT sold for like that much, right?" And we're like, "Wow, that's pretty impressive. It's very impressive." And I think that's when we started to really like engage in like, okay, well, this could be something that we can explore in regards to just I guess, yeah, in terms of an economic thing, because like again, for the longest time, digital artists, this is a blessing. This is an important time for them because it's finally some incentive to actually to do something that they really love, but also kind of survive off it, or like get paid and really just have that lifestyle of being a true artist, right? And I think it's an important time and place, and it was necessary. I think it was important that it's the perfect time for, like, after so many years of like digital artists not getting recognized for their art, now they actually have the platform and the space to do it. I think that's important. So I heard about that just almost a couple of weeks after Beeple, and then from there, like almost like getting into Clubhouse and actually understanding more NFTs. I minted it like almost like only like 2 months ago, yeah. And that's again, and from there it just started from there. So I'm learning as I go. I'm not by no means like, I'm just learning with everybody else. So and just see where everything takes us.
I think you just gave a really important message that we are all learning as we go, because it is so new. And I'm also learning. In fact, the reason why I podcast is because I don't know. That's why I have experts like you coming on to share with me, about what NFT is. This is how I learned, by talking to great people like you, And, congrats on your recent NFT collection. I also noticed that your artist name is called Inca, right? With 3 eyes, is that right? Or what does that mean actually?
So Inca is originally I had a previous handle or a previous art name. It was called No Other Art, and from there, it was only like a couple of months after creating that handle, I decided to go back to my roots, which is my background's Peruvian, South America, and how as the Mexicans have Aztecs and like Mayans, so in Peru our ancestors are Inca. The native of Peru is an Inca. So I kind of took that like moniker in terms and put it to my actual handle and everything as a professional artist would. Like I just decided to go back to the roots and be called it Inca. And it's a play on words, because ink. Like, so the idea would be the ancestor is Inca, but also it's a play on Inca, like the ink, like like you're an artist Inca. So that's it's like the double meaning behind it, yeah. So
And of course, your NFT project sets yourself apart from other NFT projects in the metaverse because you position yourself as a cover art producer. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's something that is really unique. How many cover art producers are there out there, or that I personally know of? Zero. You're the first one.
Oh,
So it's great that that is actually for even for branding purpose is genius marketing,
oh,
I would
thanks.
say. And can you maybe tell us some of the cover artwork that you love? Like I personally love many album artwork. That continues to live on, right? Even decades after an album is released. So I'm sure you've done many great stellar album cover artwork as well. So what are some of your favorites?
Some of the favorites that I've done, or some of the favorites that I kind of admire in
Oh,
myself. Oh, okay. So my admiration would be one. The Pink Floyd cover with the prism. That's like everybody's like it going back into that kind of idea where just like such a simple art piece, but yet it's so you see it on T-shirts, you see it like in paintings, you see like it's just the Pink Floyd cover of
it's iconic, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like everyone knows of it, right? So I think that's the kind of thing that I always gravitate towards too, where it's just like that's cool and like so that's one. Another one would more modern times would be let's say Kid Cudi's Man on the Moon 3, like a very famous, like it's a painting, right? So and it has his like portrait. I think that was like pretty iconic. Then another one would be like let's say Smashing Pumpkins. I think it was their what was their album called? It was
Melancholy.
Yeah. Like with the like that whole like with the paint. You know of it, yeah. So Melancholy was a beautiful art cover. We have other ones such as I'm trying to diversify the ones that I really admire, but let's say even Metallica with like the it's like a blood kind of like I forgot, Loaded. It's called Loaded. And then there's like the famous DMX who recently passed away, rest in peace. DMX, the rapper, he had it's called It's Dark and Hell is Hot, which is like it was, and a photographer took that one. I forgot the name, but anyways, like again, it's just like pieces that like it's embedded now into history, and a lot of people like from all parts of the world they see it and they're like I think that's the thing that always I loved about cover art is it's like it as much as the music is important, it's also like at the time, even from the past or until now, it's like people recognize certain album covers and they're like, I remember that one, right? So I think that's always been a pretty fun part for me. In regards to my covers, if you actually go to my Instagram, there actually is there's ones that I've stated that there are on Spotify. So I don't know if you can go on to it, but I have a total of right now like 10 art covers on Spotify, and my favorite one to date is probably, in a weird way, the very first one that I ever created, which is like at the very bottom of my Instagram. And it's called Ahi, and it's again, it was the first cover I ever made, and it's for some reason a lot of people still gravitate towards that as like one of the more favorite ones, and I'm pretty happy about that. People still remember that one for sure. So yeah.
We should screen share, your Instagram shortly. But before that, maybe I'll also give you some of my 3 favorite album artwork. Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah, let me know about you.
In fact, the funny thing is that these favorites of mine, they are actually landmarks and actual buildings.
Nice.
Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, which is basically located at Greenwich Village in New York. Not too far away from Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique.
Yeah.
So a year ago, before the pandemic struck, right? More than a year ago, actually, I was in New York to see the reunion concert of Mr. Bungle. Ooh. It's Faith No More's Mike Patton with Slayer's Dave Lombardo in a super group. So after the concert, right, I was able to tour and just visit, the entire city.
That's awesome.
And one of my bucket lists is to actually stand in front of those places where those album artwork was shot, right? Photographed, and actually basically record a video of myself talking to fans while there. paying pilgrimage as well. So I was able to interact with Led Zeppelin fans and Beastie Boys fans while we were standing in front of the landmark of Paul's Boutique and in front of that building.
How did that feel?
It felt like the universe is trying to give me a signal.
Yeah, I can
It felt
imagine.
like everything is synchronized.
Yeah.
It felt like there's just some sort of mystique and I don't know, something out of this world that when you stand there, you just could feel it, you know?
Yeah.
And you're not just feeling alone because you're feeling with other fans who were there as well.
That's what I was thinking, right? Like, you know, you're with people that it's almost as if you were to be at home and you're jamming to the music, but when you're with people that really know that have the same kind of like taste, you're like it's a very cathartic feeling, I would think.
Yes, I would use that word cathartic. Just like this conversation. It's cathartic because I think we were brought together because of NFTs and of course art and some of your favorite album covers designs are my favorite as well. I love that Melancholy Infinite Sadness cover. Recently they re-released a expanded version, right, on vinyl where you could see the entire universe.
Oh yeah.
Not just that particular zoomed in segment where you see that lady on the moon. But when it expanded, it's even more incredible.
Yeah, and there's so much.
We released it.
Yeah, and there's so much detail in it. Like if you like, it just like back in the day when you got a CD cover, but in actuality, like there's so much detail in like the little things in there. Yeah, I love it.
I love when there's so much detail, and of course the granular details are actually brought out when you are able to actually not just look at the digital version on the screens, but you're able to hold it as well, right? So like my copy of Physical Graffiti on vinyl, when I was able to hold it and actually hug it or even feel it, the texture, it makes the building comes to life.
It does.
It's like, you're traveling back in time and going back to New York and standing in front of the building and just jamming with fans, or friends. That's a wonderful feeling. Well, I just managed to open up your Instagram. So let's just screen share. Maybe you can just walk us through like what exactly are we looking at? Which album cover is your favorite that you've created?
So I would say the one that I created.
There's so many.
Yeah.
Just asking you to choose your favorite child,
Yeah, it's a very hard one, but like I think one of the more simpler ones. So if you go down to like let's say the bottom, like a little bit further.
Yeah.
I would say like the one with the world, to go down Despacio all the way down a bit further.
Yeah.
Like
you have tons.
I thought this one, Despacio. Like so that one.
Despacio?
Yeah.
Why is this your favorite?
I think it just I had so much fun making this because it was simply like I was just so again like my process is I hear the song, right? And it was just this idea about night and dark or day and night, and then it went from space to like light, which is the sun, and then went from the sun to the moon, and then it was like just the connectivity of all like elements and just like and then the idea also the I guess the play on like the actual font. So there's a typography that's involved in this, and I think that's one of the other things that I also have to, like I want to keep incorporating into the art was like the actual typography, because that's in itself that's another art, that's another like kind of like process, right? Because I think a lot of times it's like people neglect fonts especially on album covers. Sometimes it's like it can be a simple image, but to integrate an actual like the actual like name of the song or name of the album and how you integrate it, I think it's always plays a part. And the idea about the triangularity of it and just how everything kind of, it's just the composition I love the most about this for sure.
I love it when there's interplanetary, there's a universal. There is a lot of basically connecting to the universe, right? That kind of feeling you get when you stare at artwork like this. Yeah. This is something that speaks to me as well. You see the sun and the moon, the different planets, right? In a way, this is how the universe works, right? Where everything is in harmony with one another, and they're not destroying each other.
The more recent ones, if you go all the way back up, actually, the more recent ones. The thing about always looking at Instagram or like the past, it's like you always see the progress of like I look at my looking at it now, I'm more colorful. So let's say for this one, the one that you picked was my origin NFT origin piece, and it was like kind of just a play off of one, starting to learn new tools for different mediums for the program. So like I'm starting to get into animation now, and also like everything. The origin piece was simply a homage to, again, my background of Peru. And and then Sunflower is just like continuing that kind of colorful kind of palette of sorts, right? Like a warm feeling. So yeah, it's always interesting looking back and seeing how like your art progresses, so, like even without you even not noticing it, you know?
It's like day by day, week by week, month by month, right? You're graduating to the next level, and you're adding more granular and more details, and taking your art creation to the next level. I love this one. I remember I came across this when I was researching for this podcast episode by looking at bio.
Yeah.
Because I love Daft Punk, and this is like definitely somewhat inspired by Back to the Future, right?
Yep, absolutely. So this one was like taking like Back to the Future, but also going back to like just older Daft Punk songs, so Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, and it's just the idea about like always improving and always like improving your medium, or whatever you do, always trying to get better and better at it. So I think it's always, and again, just taking elements of like, whether it be like, sometimes I'm always in this spacey element, and just taking whether the moon and whether like little pieces of Back to the Future, water, serenity, kind of that's the feeling was there for sure.
This is amazing. Let's go back to our questions that we have prepared for you. I think we have only like 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
We better, get cracking. Why do you think that a traditional artist should mint NFTs?
I think they should, because it's, again, I think you always have to. The world always changes, and I think it's kind of everyone has their own like prerogative or their choice to either continue with what they have, which is fair, it's fine, but also like it's always good. It's always nice to just explore new avenues. It's just to see, if you're not open, if you're not susceptible to change, I think sometimes you kind of you miss out on opportunities just to kind of see things in a different light, And I think it's almost like it says you have to have an open mindset instead of a closed mindset, because if you have a closed mindset, you've already told yourself I'm done learning. And I think sometimes it's, for me at least, it's like, at least from friends and like people that I know, it's just like, if you have that mentality, it's like, and you're not open to new things, I think you lose out on a little bit of what the world has to offer, and the new world that we're living in, for sure. Yeah.
And losing out on new connections and opportunities as well. Yeah. I'm sure that this NFT thing has opened up tons of new opportunities for everybody in this space.
Right.
So that really resonates. What exactly got you into art? Was it music first for you, or design first?
It was, I would say a bit, probably the design. Design always, as a kid, my family members have always said, like, I was always the person that was fascinated by every little detail of everything. The shirt that you wear, the glasses that we have on, the shoes that you have, how you like, you look at the floor and you're like, oh, it's like, I saw that little thing on there, or like anything art related. It's like, if you're fat, I remember going to a museum and being like, this is fascinating. Whereas some people would just be like, that's cool. Like, I'll be like, no, this is fascinating. And I think that's always been me. So yeah, for sure. Design.
Fantastic. What do you think is missing currently from the NFT ecosystem? And what do you want to see built?
Ooh, I would like to see, I guess, past COVID, like following COVID, I would love to see almost like a museum, an actual museum dedicated to like digital art. I think that would be interesting, where you can walk in, and instead of having the physical, like we have like almost like an array, like on ceilings, on like the walls, and just as we traditionally would experience a museum, but like just have everyone's art piece and just like look at it like in a real virtual space, for sure. That'd be cool. Like
a virtual gallery, like a metaverse where every artist could hang out in the gallery and see each other's art.
Yeah, for sure. That it also in the metaverse as well, but like also in physical form. Like imagine like the MoMA in New York, and they have like a space dedicated to digital art where it's like screens, and you could just like, it's like large walls of like just like TVs or like some, and just like you can see everyone's like art piece in different forms and like that, for sure.
Fantastic. After this sales, or should we say this NFT sales hype is over, right?
Yeah.
We now know that we are already at the normalization phase. Like you don't see like 69 million transaction fees anymore ever since the People Art sale. Do you think that you continue to go down this NFT rabbit hole and keep generating NFT digital collectibles?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, overall, I think it's always in the important part is like owning your craft. I think that's always an important part in everything. It's just like it should be fun, you know, and everything else would follow up. Just as your previous Omar Akram, your previous guest that I was listening to, which was very very helpful in terms of just a breath of fresh air when he said that. I think it's always a thing where it's just like you have to always go back to basics, and if you love it, it's something that you should pursue, and everything else would follow through. Whether it be you're making a collection for NFTs, or whether you're continuing the NFT route, or even you're just making still like anything artistically related, however you sell it. I think it's always an important part is like you just have to, as long as you enjoy the process and if you really really love it, then it's just like then it's something that everything else will follow through for sure, I think.
Fantastic. We're going to move on momentarily to our rapid fire segment.
Okay.
So here are the rules. We need you to give us your short and pithy response, maximum of 1 or 2 sentences. So are you ready?
Yeah, let's go for it.
What are your life proudest moments?
Life proudest moments. Becoming an architect, I would say. And
What do you want doing
sorry.
less of in 2021?
Doing less of procrastinating.
What do you want doing more of in 2021?
More art.
Your advice for NFT artists?
Continuing owning your craft. Always work on the medium first, and then everything else will come through. I strongly believe that. So own the craft first.
Any future ambitions or side projects?
Collaborations. I will continue to collaborate with more, whether it be artists or music artists, and just seeing where everything takes us. So,
how can people reach you?
You can reach me on Twitter. You can reach me on my Instagram, as well as OpenSea. I have, and now I haven't found. And soon, I think I'm going to be on Foundation soon. So yeah, so you can reach me there for sure, and on my Linktree. Just keep the flow going.
So this is the handle. If you're gonna look for Inca on Instagram, so it's 3 eyes, right?
Yeah.
3 eyes, NKA. That's the Instagram account that you should follow. So thank you so much. And any last message or last words for our listener while we're playing this over a podcast on their smartphones, smart speakers, or their AirPods?
Well, first, thank you for having me, Wayne. You've actually done a great job. I love you. Actually have a great voice, a great personality. I will continue to listen to you, and I all the best on your success. And I hope it's amazing how in a short period of time, I think you're gonna be on your it's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. I like it, and I'll continue to support for sure.
Thank you, my friend, for your lovely comments, and do hang out with us in our Discord server. The link is just above your head, so on top over there, pointing the wrong way. bit.ly/PodFest Asia, and hopefully you share all your upcoming NFT drops over there as well, so that we could go check it out and support you and back your work 100%. So I look forward to hang out with you, in the metaverse. And as well as in real life, when I fly over to Toronto,
you gotta hit us up.
An in-person interview with you on the podcast very soon.
That would be awesome. All right.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Right.
Take care of yourself there. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Another great conversation with a great NFT artist. I think really love the fact that he's doing digital art for artists and musicians. My first love as well. I love music, so it's a great combination. We have another guest coming on. He's trying to navigate the technical challenge, of always, coming on to the live stream is not straightforward. And I just dropped a new link for him. Hopefully he's able to come on soon. His name is Brandon Miggins. And he says he's on. Let me just see where he is. And hopefully we could bring him on. Just sending a message. I don't see you yet. So bear with us. We're going to have him come on stage really, really shortly. about Brendan. I don't really know too much about him, so I'm really excited to get to jam with him next for a half an hour and find out more. He says he's in the backstage. Maybe I've sent him the wrong link. 1 second. I'll disappear from the screen for a while. I'll be right back. Well, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. I think there's a bit of an echo. Do you still hear the echo?
Yeah, I do. I might have unmuted myself while you were playing that.
Well, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. I think there's a bit of an echo. Do you still hear the echo?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do. I might have unmuted myself while you were playing that.
Very strange because I think there's a latency right now. So are you able to maybe
There's a bit of an echo.
mute or maybe turn down the volume? See whether that works.
Okay, that's what I did. I turned down the volume here. So
Now you're perfect. I could hear you crystal clear and no more echo. How are you, my friend?
I'm well. A little technical difficulties, but I'm well. Thank you.
And you've done very well to navigate all this for your first live stream interview ever, right? So this is brilliant, and it's a huge honor to finally get you, to come and grace our event. And I'm really excited to talk to you because I've been really thrilled when I'm watching some of your creations, your NFT art, and the clip that you just sent me. Was that especially created for Mother's Day?
That was created for Mother's Day, and I gave free flowers for, it was, I think, 13 people who wanted to grab them. They're free, and they're still free. There's a few left, so if people want them, they can grab them.
Wow. And, you're a very generous person. You're giving away, your art. And of course, we would definitely want to maybe dive into your story first. And this is the interesting part of every interview that we do and every podcast that we live tape, over this live stream. We want to know exactly, how it got started for you. And we know that you also design lots of other stuff. You design buildings as well. So maybe just start off by telling us, how you got started and how the journey has been so far for you.
Yeah, all right. There's a little latency here, so I apologize. I'm hearing you in quite a delay. But when I was 8 years old, I basically decided I wanted to become an architect, and I studied, and I was doing art kind of my whole life. But in college, in particular, taking a printmaking class and learning how to paint watercolors, and I was fortunate enough to live in Rome for a year. Just that whole experience really opened me up to art as well. And I've lived all over the country, in New Mexico for a while. I was living as an artist there many years ago, and then more recently, I came home. I helped my parents, kind of cared for them in their later years, and I've really rekindled and restarted my art career lately. And the NFT thing is just, oh my God, it's a revolution. I'm very excited about it.
And I love, all these great images that we're now staring, on our screens. And this one comes to my attention because it's definitely of a person that is pretty famous, right? Who recently pivoted, from maybe a celebrity to someone who is very active in the NFT space. Tell us about your association with Paris Hilton.
Well, Paris, she's been quite inspiring to artists in the space. And I had started a collection. I had done a brand collaboration with a brand called Profanity Paraffins, which is kind of an interesting brand, a kind of cheeky brand. And I created some pop icon imagery for an Oscar swag bag promotion that they had. And then I also started to expand it into, I put Paris in more contemporary pop icons. And she was very special to the NFT space. So I did a piece and then I put it out the next day and she liked it and followed me. And then kind of one thing led to another. I got into a little bit of a conversation with her. And lo and behold, I have a piece in her collection now. So in her private collection. So very exciting. Very exciting.
So it's through social media that you got connected with her, yeah? And you put out a piece and she reached out to you, as in she took notice and then she wanted to collaborate it on this project?
Well, I did the project first and then I showed it to her and now it's in her collection. So, yes.
This is fantastic. Yeah. And it would be great, for any artist to be able to discover that their artwork is in somebody else's famous or somebody interesting in their public wallet, right? And they suddenly become your ambassador because in a way, it's basically marketing collateral as well. How I wish, in my podcast episodes, especially this one that I'm now recording with you, right? In the end, it got minted as an NFT and it's maybe found later on in Joe Rogan's public wallet. That's the kind of thing that we would love to achieve, and that kind of surprises in life, the micro moments that we live for. So were you really surprised to find, that she's in possession of one of your digital collectibles?
Yeah, it's remarkable. And actually, I plan a series of it, kind of like how Andy Warhol did various variations of images. I have a plan of a certain amount of these I'm going to do. There's 2 available now on OpenSea for purchase if anybody wanted to purchase them. I'm going to add a few more, and then I may do an animated version of it. And then I also, in this collection, I have other icons I'm going to do images of as well. People like Timothy Chalamet or Kanye West, Kim Kardashian, as well. So,
how big an influence was Andy Warhol in terms of inspiring your art and everything that you do?
Oh, he's always been an inspiration to me. And ironically, we would go into New York City when I was a child, and my father would see a glimpse of him every once in a while walking around the city. So there's a nearness to him as far as that I feel a little bit near. But his career is very inspiring. But the work that I do is also kind of inspired out of printmaking and some work I did with color copy machines as well back in the early days of those. So I'm just having a lot of fun, exercising my inner Andy Warhol. So, yeah.
This is great. So we definitely want to congratulate you, on your recent NFTs collection. So this is not your first time dropping NFTs, right? Where can we buy your NFTs now? And what sets you apart from the other NFT projects in the metaverse?
Okay. Right now, all my NFTs are available on OpenSea. First of all, you can go to my Twitter or Instagram, and I go by at Miggsi, Miggseye. There's a link tree there with all the links to my NFTs and whatnot. I have several collections, the Above Sunset collection that deals with sort of pop art imagery. I have another one I just launched yesterday called A Fellow of Infinite Glitch, and it's a lot of the work that kind of inspires from printmaking and whatnot in the digital realm that I'm going to just continue to expand that. Now, those are more affordable NFTs, they're also one of one. And then I have another collection of just Miggins Studio, where that's a little bit more experimental work as well there.
Let's deep dive into a fellow of Infinite Glitch collection. So this is the one that you mentioned that is more affordable in terms of like the prices range from 0.5 or is below 0.5 ETH, right?
Yeah. So first of all, what's interesting, what I did is, by the way, I resigned from my job as an architect last week, and I minted it, to commemorate that stepping into that space. I minted the sort of the start of this collection, and that's available. And then I have a still piece called Timothy Chalamet as a Flower. That's for 0.1 ETH. And then I have two animations that are of a piece called what we must bring in our food from the wilderness. And there's several variations of that. Those are 0.2 ETH. And they're all one of one, individual, singular images, very kind of almost like paintings come to life, oil paintings come to life.
So can I say that your collection, this one specifically, is definitely targeted at the general collectors? Do you also have other collections that are targeted at the whales?
Maybe the one of ones of Paris, maybe because they're a little more expensive. I priced those at 1.11 ETH because both Paris and I really love magical numbers, and that number is a special number to me as well as it is to her. So I decided to price it at 1.11 ETH, and that's what I'll sell it for.
So we heard that you just quit your day job, working for a architectural design firm, right? Yes. So what goes behind that decision? Was it also because, we are now living in this Web 3.0 where it's possible for artists to make a decent, if not even better living, and to be able to control not just building your narrative, building your own community, being able to monetize your work directly without an intermediary? Do you think that this is the perfect golden period for artists to thrive?
I think it is. I think we're at the beginning of something really profound and revolutionary. I made the decision, I love being an architect. The architecture education is really what informed everything. I'm a polymath. I know a lot of things about music, art, architecture, design, and creativity in general. But working in the architecture firm has been incredible for me. And I felt I was in the background a lot. And I decided I wanted to step out in front with my creativity, more entrepreneurial. In addition, because I am more than just an architect and a designer, I'm an artist. I've done music. That piece that you featured on Mother's Day was a little piece I had created for that, specifically for that. My brothers are musicians. I work with them in music production. So I'm really interested about stepping out in front with it rather than remaining in the background. And my belief is, I think everybody, my whole life has actually been about being a champion for everyone being fully authentic and empowered in their creative spirit. And I realized a few months ago that I really I'd kind of put a lid on it with myself. So this, like when I minted, I quit my job. That's one of the NFTs I had. I minted it to commemorate me stepping out. And, my hope is that this will really open up for me. I'm sort of planning on a lot of things are coming my way, a lot of collaborations coming my way with a rock band to do a music video. I never thought I'd be doing that.
Which rock band is that?
I can't say. It's secret right now.
Can you review the genre?
Well, it's a great song.
I'll put you in the corner, yeah. So, now with all this convergence of technology, and of course, Clubhouse came out at the right moment as well, making it possible for the voices of artists being heard. And of course, podcasts, was a big thing last year, still a little bit considered as a big thing this year. And having these platforms and mediums that allow an artist's work to be discovered. What was the most successful medium for you so far in terms of marketing your work?
Well, definitely Clubhouse. But what's interesting about how the Clubhouse, it's like we have our own little NFT platform on Clubhouse, and it triangulates between Clubhouse, where it's about the voice. It's about you speaking who you are as an artist, who you are as a human being, telling your story. Story is very important there. The voice is very important. And also just contributing, being of value in the space. You know, not necessarily always up there selling, but just contributing to this beautiful space where there's a lot of generosity of spirit in there. And then when you're on stage, you know, people are looking at your Instagram, which is sort of your portfolio. And then they also look at your Twitter. And if you pin your latest drop at the top of Twitter, they know where to go for your latest piece. And apparently, you know, it's interesting, in the traditional art world, a lot of collectors are on Instagram. But in the NFT world, most of the collectors are focused in Twitter, because a lot of them have this tech background, and apparently that's more favorable. And this is a generalization, but this seems to be how it works. So that's a really interesting dynamic. The triangular platform, it's sort of its own entity that's been created in Clubhouse. It's fascinating.
So everyone has a favorite medium, and your favorite medium obviously is Clubhouse and Twitter. For some, it's Discord. So are you also active on Discord? And before you answer that question as well, do you think that in Twitter, there seems to be more collectors, or there seems to be more people who are collecting followers?
Oh, well, there are some people who are posing as collectors trying to get followers, but I'm understanding that there's some collectors on there and beginning to learn who they are. Now, as far as Discord, Discord is new to me. I really didn't understand how to use it. I do have several servers I'm now involved with to a certain extent. I'm actually creating my own Discord for collectors and VIPs to engage with me in. And but as far as connecting with collectors on Discord, that is a new territory to me. I'd like to explore that. So that is new ground for me.
Yeah, and I'm also totally new in this. Just trying to learn and figuring it out as we move along, right? Like the reason I do podcasting is because I don't know, you know, whenever I want to do podcasts is because I want to learn from speaking to other people. And like what, you coming onto the show, you're educating me and our listeners as well. So it's like what I do know, you know, to a certain level, Discord is great. It's like IRC on steroids. So back in the day, right, I remember, you know, when I formed my first band, I found my bandmates on IRC. It's like the first thing I would do after I reach home after school is to log on to my IRC and chat with my mates. So that's how the music project came about. But then fast forward 20, 30 years later, Discord seems to replace that with more tools and features and even bots. So I'm just on there for less than 7 days, and it seems to be a place where the gamers really thrive. They use that because there's no latency in terms of like communicating with each other. There's actually a voice chat function as well, which is similar to Clubhouse. The only thing that I found so far is because of the level I'm at, they have different levels. If you contribute more and become more active in Discord, right, you reach a certain level, then your voice quality that you receive or you put out will improve. So it's a very gamification world in Discord, and I'm still learning, and I only learned about some of these things when I had a gamer come on to this festival and telling us why it's important for NFT artists to be active on Discord as well. So definitely all these different platforms are sprouting up left, right, and center together with marketplaces, right? So do you find it difficult to actually catch up or keep up with all these new developments and tools?
Oh yeah, every day is something new. It's amazing. It's very exciting though. And yeah, Discord is very true to its name. A friend of mine noted that it's just very discordant and kind of a little mixed up, a little chaotic in there. When I go into a server, I can't quite make sense out of it. But it seems to be a very powerful medium that I'm looking to learn more about.
Yeah, and if there's any way we could be useful as well. I only set up my Discord server like a week ago. I think right now there are like maybe close to 100 people. Hopefully there'll be more people, right? And one way to grow, each other's servers, right, is to participate in each other's rooms, or should we say channels, and basically cross-pollinate. So people in my room bring over to your server. So now from 0, you have 100 followers or people who are active there. And, just like how artists support each other's art by buying each other's art, right? Or even musicians check out each other's gigs, or podcasters listening to each other's shows. I think that's another platform for us to really play with. Well, moving on to the next question. In terms of this rabbit hole of NFT, right? After this NFT hype or sales is over, are you going to continue down this NFT rabbit hole and continue to, create even more digital collectibles next?
Oh yeah, I think we're really at the beginning of this. I mean, I know that, just like the crypto market, there's peaks and valleys. We might be in a little lull right now, as people are describing, but I don't think it's like gonna end all of a sudden. It's only the beginning of something. There's so much applicability of what NFTs can do in the world, and just like any neighborhood, oftentimes artists and designers and creative people are the first ones to come in and sort of occupy it and start working with things. But my understanding is there's applicability of NFTs to kind of authenticate products that had problems with kind of piracy. Like my understanding is manufacturers like Louis Vuitton may use NFTs to authenticate the actual bags, and it's like there's so much applicability to NFTs. So I don't see it going anywhere. And as far as we're at the very beginning of it being used in the art market. So yeah, I'm going to continue and continue in the traditional art world too, and to continue working in design when I can.
The sky's the limit, right? In terms of how this NFT technology can truly, even graduate to the next level. And because it's a programmable token, you can add real life stuff to it. Yeah. So are there any blueprints that really inspired you, or that you think will be a great blueprint for you to follow as well? Like, I know there are some, I would say, influencers, people like Gary Vaynerchuk. I think he recently released VFriends really successfully. And he's actually attaching his doodles, things that he hand drawn with a pen, and he's able to actually sell 10,000, different doodles of his doodles. And what's really unique about his project is that he attached to, these collectibles to gain entries for his future conferences. So it's like basically buying a collectible. You can also have entry. You can also have access to him, where if you buy a certain, more premium tier level of collectibles, you have, dinner time with him or lunch time with him, or you could even buy time to have him appear on your podcast. So he has different categories, and of course, it's definitely a lot of planning. It's very thoughtful, and there's also a royalty aspect whereby I think a percentage is carved out for charitable causes that he supports, like those organizations that actually, are in the supporting a renewable energy, for example, because we all know about the environmental impact of NFTs as well. Do you think that these kind of projects are done correctly? And would you be also like experimenting to see how you can go beyond just selling, your art, but also at the same time sell access for your fans or your community who wants to maybe get a chance, like what I'm have the luxury now of having FaceTime with you and actually borrowing your wisdom?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Gary V's project. I don't know it much in detail, but I understand he is adding value in addition to just buying the doodle. And maybe people are actually buying the added value or the unlockable content more than the doodle itself. And that's like a brilliant way to sell additional products or value or things like that. He's a high profile guy, and he has the ability to sort of conjure that kind of energy and interest up. I would love to get to that level sometime. I'm looking at ways, how do I add more value to the art? How do I add access? Personally, I really want to have a personal connection with everybody who collects my art, because I like that engagement. I like to see, as a lot of my work is abstract, I'd love to hear what people see in it, because it's very personal. And so if one of the things is to add access, one of the things I do in my unlockable content is I put a link to my Discord and all my links. But yeah, maybe there's some other special tiered things to do. This is all new to me, and I'm just getting into the NFT itself, the art, selling that. But I would like to grow into these other aspects, and they're very interesting projects to look at for reference. So,
and it's really exciting to continue to keep a close tab and observe what you're gonna roll out next in terms of newer NFTs for all of us, even those of us in Asia, right? To closely follow what we'll be up to next, and hopefully you will come back to our podcast more regularly and update us on your future NFT projects. So it'd be great to keep in touch, using this podcast as a format as well. Before we let you go, we want to do a rapid fire segment. Are you ready?
Sure.
The rules are pretty simple. Just short, pithy response in 1 or 2 maximum sentences. Yeah, let's go. What are your life's proudest moments?
Proudest moments. Well, it isn't a singular one, but in several times in my life, friends have come to me and told me that something I said to them or something I did, made a big difference in their life. And I feel making a difference in life is the most successful thing. Making a difference with others is the most successful thing. And so when someone acknowledged me for that, I just felt so proud that I made.
What do you want to bring less of in 2021?
Less isolation. I like my isolation because I like to create in isolation, but that's way too much isolation. I want less of that. Yeah.
What do you want doing more of in 2021?
Selling my artwork, selling NFTs, and engaging with collectors and meeting collectors and more people. Yeah.
Your advice for NFT artists?
Advice. Get on Clubhouse and work that triangular platform that I was talking about. That seems to be what is it's. First of all, Clubhouse is the place to learn NFTs. I tried to do it on Facebook groups and whatnot. It wasn't. The Clubhouse is the place to learn it. So,
any future ambitions or side projects in the works?
I have a few other collections I'm planning. I'm going to focus on these 2 right now, but in the future, I would love to get a VR set. There's a few artists I've seen where they paint kind of in 3D, and I'd love to do that. I'd love to sculpt and create architecture in 3D. It would be a lot of fun to try that. So
that's your forte, right? So how can people reach you?
They could reach me on Twitter. I'm at Miggins. On Instagram, I'm at Miggins. In Clubhouse, I'm at Miggins. And let's see, where else? Twitter and Instagram. If you go to my profile, the link trees are there, and I keep those updated all the time. All the links where you can reach me, and the drops and things that are going on right now are all there. So
we'll put your linktree/Miggins URL in our show notes. So when they replay this, they can straight away hit that URL and go straight to all your OpenSea and all your other marketplaces where all these great NFTs are available. Yeah. So thank you so much for agreeing to do this. And I'm so sorry about the earlier technical difficulties and issues. So super glad and grateful that you agree to come on. And hopefully, we stay in touch. And either in Discord or Clubhouse or sometime in the near future, I'll do an in-person interview with you in real life at the city where you're residing in.
That would be great. And please ask your followers. Please follow me on Instagram and Twitter, and take a look at my sales on OpenSea. Thanks.
Consider it done. Thank you, my friend. Take care and keep yourself safe. Take care of each other over there. Goodbye.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. And with that, we just crossed our 4-hour mark of this live stream. We'll be back after the weekend. I'm going to just do nothing this weekend because I've been streaming since 3 nights ago, including last week. So it's already day 6 of our festival. I'm going to take a breather and get my health back in order and find some ways to go to the gym because the gyms are all shut down. We have a mini lockdown in Singapore because of a spike in COVID cases. So I have to find some way to exercise in the next couple of days and be back next week because we're extending this and turning this into a weekly event where we are able to do live podcasting and bring our favorite people that we meet in Clubhouse over to this format on the podcast so that it's forever and archived, and their stories can be retold again and again. And it gives them an opportunity to also replay it for their own audience and followers. So this is the service we're putting out to all NFT artists out there, tech builders as well, and people in this NFT space. This is how we put out some good into this universe, and a way of saying thank you so much to all these great artists, which are inspiring all of the rest of us, in terms of putting out great art for us to enjoy. So I super appreciate them, and we'll keep doing this until they decided to stop coming to the podcast. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back next week. Goodbye.